Alright, I am ready to start.
Alright, I'll go ahead and count us down from 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. Alright, hopefully we can be a little more underestimate this time.
Yeah.
Like, once you get better at Link to the Past, and I'm noticing from your tournament races that you've really been improving at Link to the Past as well, the 430 estimate shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I think I'll be fine.
Alucard and Solski did this for speed gaming. At the SG Live marathon last year, and they did it with an estimate of 4 hours, and were handily under. I mean, it's Alucard and Solski. They're both really, really good. But yeah, and that was before we had like the option to do early morph. Like, especially if we get accepted, we'll want to do. I want to try to do like one of these a weekend if possible.
Alright, I'll see what I'm able to do.
Yeah, I know it's probably busy time for you.
I seem not to have set up Houlihan correctly.
Well, try her again. I always go in and out of the cave. When
I'm about to come out of.
Yeah. Yeah, I always go in and out of the cave whenever I set up Houlihan. I did on the... Oh, right, because... Right, I watched that back and I saw you were in chat.
I got in the tournament last night.
You got eliminated? You said?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Seed I got last night. Used a sideways trash can.
Okay. And you should be getting supers too. Yep. 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 Yeah, yep. You seem to be receiving items. And also, why am I going into the castle? I should not be going into the castle right now. The race between Nobly and I was... Yeah, I can't believe that guy CW Jade. I just feel bad that he didn't know Sponge Bath, because if he knew Sponge Bath with power bombs, there was a very real chance he would have won that race.
Someone's Moon Pearl is in my lumberjack cave.
Oh god. Well, that's required. There's a Moon Pearl on your lumberjack. Lovely. That's not quite as important, but there is potentially something required on my lumberjack. There is a bottle on my lumberjack. Yeah, Merle on lumberjack is just brutal.
I have received your charge beam.
Okay, yep. Yep, that is indeed a charge beam. Yep, that was in Lost Woods. I mean, granted, like I said in the interview, I got like super lucky in my race against Nobly because I found Varia in Speed Booster early and rushed Croc.
Interesting.
Like I rushed.
Guess where my Vario was last night.
Where was it?
It was in Swamp, with the mirror being on Pendant Trinex.
Oh, good lord! Good lord! I'm sorry, Stump. That's just awful.
And Samaria was in Pendant Hara.
So it was just one pendant dungeon that led to another pendant dungeon that led to another pendant dungeon. Oh, poor fall. Oh, cool!
Or receiving items from me.
You'll like that, too.
That is nice.
It's plasma.
Is that Zora money for you?
That is. Actually, with me going into the well, that's enough money for bombs and the bottle vendor and Zora.
Nice.
Okay, well, I have a lamp. Oh, have space jump.
Now both of us getting it so early.
This is so nice because in that race that I did for the tournament, I didn't even find space jump.
Sword and I have Ice Rod.
I just felt bad for Nobly because like he made the right play, he just didn't know how to sponge bath with power bombs, and Moon Pro was there.
Trad was in Kakariko. Well, that of course means that my Turtle Rock is going to be a pendant.
That might actually be that Kakariko from that race. That might actually be the most stacked Kakariko I've ever had. There were like 7 things in Kakariko. Like, to give you an idea of how nutty it was, every single item in Blind's Hut was required. Every item. Okay. I'm sure neither one of us need that energy tank that's at library.
Arrow upgrade.
Do you have supers yet? You have supers, right?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I don't. I need to actually grab those supers just in case. Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, I saw you in chat when I watched the race back. But I have secured a spot in the bracket. I wonder how they're going to be doing seeding for bracket. I imagine it'll probably be like I'm guessing they'll do random seeding within like the 2-0s get will get oh, those aren't even mine. I imagine the 2-0s are gonna get like the top 24, and then the 2-1s are gonna get the bottom 24. So hopefully this means I mean, they could all. I mean, you could always like seed everybody based on like their average completion times. That's what they did for SM
All from the dam.
Yep, I'm doing dam as well.
I was wondering whether that blue mail was going to be yours and you would have read already.
Red mail in like 10 minutes. Yes, please. Just yes, please.
Mini Moldworms dropped 8 bombs.
Yeah, I see that. I'm headed to do mini Moldworm with bombs because I have no other way to do it right now. Unlike in A Link Between Worlds, where the lamp...
Maybe I'll find some blueberries for you.
In A Link Between Worlds, the lamp actually does damage.
Oh, wow. Enjoy that.
I'm not in CAC anymore. Oh, gravity! Stop sending me things! I'm trying to kill mini Molders! I'm gonna kill myself here! And this is why this will be just so amazingly funny for a marathon setting.
Really will be. Yeah, nice.
Just like, I'm trying to do a mini Moldworm game, stop sending me things! I don't know how much you watch you've watched Metroid MST. He's so funny.
That much.
Yeah, I used to watch him on YouTube because he did playthroughs of Super Metroid ROM hacks, and like he's so funny.
My castle.
I am really tempted to go. Speaking of castle, I am like extremely tempted to do Bomb Escape. Oh hey, another pack of power bombs. I might actually go to Metroid after I check Zora.
Do that soon.
But yeah, Anthony, if you missed it, if you missed it from when we just started, there is a Moon Pearl on Stump's Lumberjack.
I have what I need to do, Aga. I will be doing that.
Oh, thanks for giving me fake flipper. I actually screwed up the pixel, but you gave me an item when I was above the water, so it put me in fake flipper.
Nice.
It doesn't even matter if I get hit when I'm doing fake flipper because I'm on half a heart anyway. Nice find. It doesn't help me right now, but it's really nice to have that thing. I'm sure with...
Too. I always like when I find mirror in front of escape.
Oh yeah, that's so nice, because then you don't have to worry about death warping, you can just mirror back. But yeah, I'm gonna check Zora, and then probably just head over to Metroid. Provided I don't get... Almost got crabbed.
Also, we know now there is no need for your lumberjack item.
Oh, you have a bottle now?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to mark that you sent me a bottle. Sorry, I'm trying to focus. I have angry fish people chasing me, and I have half a heart. Just want to make sure I actually get to King Zora. Here's your gift from King Zora, by the way. Also,
Dang.
also remember,
Right.
with Multiworld, with Multiworld, don't hard reset unless you have to. Oh, speed.
All right. I remembered that last time, and I should remember that this time, I think.
Yeah, because now there's an in-game. Actually, wait. Why am I going the Gauntlet first, especially with Speed Booster? I can just go to Criteria Power Bomb and then Shine Spark through the blocks, which would save me a Power Bomb.
It's Hospital's closet.
I have space jump, so I should be okay, but this is still, like, Gauntlet without Varia is still scary. Just because of how much damage that acid does.
It really does a lot. I'm dipping Eastern.
Okay, that's valid. Yep, I'm actually just going through Gauntlet. What do we have in back Gauntlet? Okay, you're good on explosives. Mostly just wanted to make sure you didn't need explosives before picking those up. That's another reason I have your stream open. Oh, have Ice Beam. Or are you just gonna turn it off?
I don't usually turn it off.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, speaking of SM stuff, did you like how I faked going to save the animals at the end of that race?
I don't think I saw that part of it.
At the end, okay, when I was doing escape, I morphed at the tunnel where you would go to save them. Went to just before the entrance to the tunnel and then just unmorphed. Unfortunately, neither one of the commentators picked up on it. But I wasn't gonna save the animals in a seed in a race where where first place in our group could be on the line, and most of the people in most of the people that are in first quartile are far better than I am. Like, have you seen some of the names in that? Thank you. I actually like grabbing the first couple capacity upgrades. Just because,
especially the bombs.
Especially bombs. Just because there are fewer of them now, so the ones that you do come across are more valuable. Because there used to be 7, but now there are only 4 of each. That did not look intended.
No, it wasn't. I have completed that room before, but I'll just leave it. I'm gonna see what that bottle unlocked for me. Anything? I think I'll check Vanilla Morph. Oh, well, I'm still a lamp away from Aghanim, but that's nice.
That probably would have been nice a little earlier, I imagine.
Yeah, it would have been.
That was at Alpha Missiles. Why did I damage boost up to the supers, the ceiling supers? I have space jumped. Probably just muscle memory. Oh, Powerbomb pack. Billy Mays is a scam artist.
The past check I have still in logic is Agena, so I'm gonna check Vanilla Morph first.
All right. Once I'm done with Bryn Loop, I'm probably gonna go back to Link to the Past and do more checks there, just because I didn't do like all my Sphere Zeros in Link to the Past. The power bombs were actually pretty conveniently timed because I don't have. Well, I had enough power bombs, but now I probably won't have to spend nearly as much time. I won't have to spend nearly as much time farming, farming the B-toms, which will be nice.
Received another bottle.
So my egg is not relevant. Alright, this will be super simple. Getting this waterway check will be super simple because I have gravity and speed. And it's trash. For a second, I forgot I had Speed Booster, because when do you get Speed Booster this early ever? For all the seeds that you play where you just never find Speed Booster.
Wasn't anything for me.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna check Agina's cave, and then, well, I guess I'll fake Flipper after that. Things that are in logic.
After I'm done with Bryn Loop, I think I'm gonna head to Link to the Past because it sounds like you're gonna be in BK. It sounds like you're gonna be in BK mode really soon. Unfortunately, like, that's nice, but that doesn't open up any checks for you. Do you have any, like, any logic breaks you can do besides Fake Flipper? Oh, first try.
Other than attempting some dark rooms, that's all I can really do right now.
That's out of logic. That was behind my wave gate. I don't actually think that gives you anything to do.
So I'm gonna do Agina's Cave first because that actually is in logic.
Yeah, do your in logic checks first. I assume you've already been to Zora. If you haven't been to Zora, I'm gonna keep picking up money.
I haven't been to Zora yet.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep picking up money then. Like, anything that's a 50 or bigger, I'll pick up.
Since I'm out of in-logic locations, I think I could also farm that one cave that's around here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you could farm that for Zora. I did that at AGDQ during the big multi-world, and by the end of the seed, I got up to like 5,000 rupees because my Titan's mitts were so late.
Can't farm that cave. I don't have the gloves.
Oh, you don't have the gloves! You're gonna have to do it in CAC. Oh, and I failed the Etikun knockball. Darn. That's not that big a deal, though. Also, I don't need a Mach Ball, I have a Speed Booster.
The well that has the 30.
It's Blind's Hut.
Yeah, that 50 rupees is helpful.
Yeah, that's why I'm picking up money. Because like, if I find money, that could potentially give you something to do. Oh, you idiot, Raiko! Raiko, there's an ice rod under the bridge. You should go grab that. I ran out of really supers without grabbing the ice rod, which is like the only good thing that was down there. Which I know that's going to be mine because you already have yours. At least that's one thing we don't have to look for.
He's gonna have a pendant turtle rock.
Delicious, delicious bait. That's what that would be, just delicious bait. Alright, I'm done Bryn Loop now. I need supers.
The 3 cycles of the farming to go, and then I'll fake flipper.
Yep. Yeah, since we did early morph, I get the feeling that your morph ball might be in, like, Link to the Past somewhere.
Zora has it.
Wait. Oh, wait. That'd
What?
be out of logic for you if Zora had your morph ball.
Oh, yeah.
Because you don't have flippers or gloves, so you can't get there. Like, you logically can't get there. Game. I don't need more stuff to do. I need to find stuff to give Stump stuff to do. I just found a glove at X-Ray. Although I don't know if a glove would actually give you more stuff to do. It would put Zora in logic, but... I need to be careful with my ammo, too, because I only have 1 super.
Alright, I have reached 500, so I'm gonna fake flipper.
Alright, there are plenty of things I could find that would give you stuff to do. Like, a lamp would give you a lot to do. I think.
Whoever's Moon Pearl that is.
Right. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if that was your Moon Pearl that was on Lumberjack. Given how quickly you're finding components for Aga, I'm pretty sure that's going to be your Moon Pearl. Because you have all the components for Aga except Lamp, right? I'm going to be very upset if this Moon Pearl winds up being a Kraid. Because I only have 1 super. I'm doing High Jump Cave and then going to Link to the Past. Nothing so far. Yep, High Jump Cave was empty. Unfortunately. So I'm gonna go check back at Croc and then go to Link to the Past. This is kind of a bad sign, actually, because I could wind up being in BK mode near the end of this, waiting for my Go mode item. Now, where is that lamp at? Like lamp, and or yeah, like I'm pretty positive that's your Merle. If that's my Merle that's on your Lumberjack, then that's something twisted. Oh, old man had my ice beam.
So we're gonna have a little bit of love.
Yep. So you're out of things to do, right?
Right.
Alright,
I feel like continuing to try dark rooms.
I mean, what dark rooms do you have?
Eastern. The ones in Eastern to get to the big key chest, and
that actually is...
Actually, that's it.
Yeah.
I want to give that one another try.
Well, TR is a pendant for me. It's more I'm trying to find... It's... Like, more I'm trying to find your morph ball.
That cape and half magic should make this easier for me to do.
Oh right, you have cape and half magic.
I just realized I already had the Cane of Brian. Could have used that.
You can actually, I think you can actually use Cane of Brian to see.
I'm doing this, you find my bow.
Oh right, I have a glove, back in escape. See, the problem is, with you finding my gravity suit and space jump early, I have all of Meridia and Wreck Chip open. Like, I have so much to do. And really, your Morph Ball can be, like, anywhere in those. But I don't think it's gonna be past that sphere. It's just, my spheres right now are so big. Well, there's your glove.
Oh.
Does that help?
Opens up a few things. Dark rooms, so let's see what we've got.
Yeah, hopefully that...
Why didn't I use the cane? Magic checks. I should have saved and quit so that I could do back of escape and those other few things I can. For my back of escape.
Yep. And I have to do bomb escape too. I must say the... Hey, Cerebron. The problem is Stump is in BK mode, right? Well, no, he's not in BK mode anymore, but he was in BK mode. Stump is probably going to be in BK mode soon.
Remaining in logic checks at the moment are, of all things, Bumper Cave and Pyramid Ledge.
You can't get to Bumper Cave. You don't have.
Why not?
You don't have Moonpearl.
I don't know why the tracker thinks I'm able to do that then.
You can see it. Wait. Oh. You might be.
Right, I need gloves to get in there, then how am I going to do that as a bunny?
You might be able... Is it... What color is it? Is it blue?
Mine is green.
That's weird. That should not be... You should not be able to... Like, you should not be able to obtain that item. Like, you shouldn't even be able to see that item. Because the only thing that you can do in Dark World without a Moonpearl is Pyramid Ledge and Super Bunny. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to buy more. And I actually have to reset the room because I missed with my pot.
Well, I guess I am in BK mode again then.
Yeah, I think I just need to figure out where your morph ball is. The problem is like the seed has been so wide open for me that I just don't know where to look.
My Turtle Rock is a pendant.
Both our Turtle Rocks are pendants. As a matter of fact, they're both red pendants, too.
I could attempt to do the dark rooms that lead to Old Man.
Yeah.
I've never done that in the dark before, though.
Pull up a map. I would say pull up a map and try to figure it out. You have a sword, right?
I also have the red meringue.
Oh yeah, with sword and red meringue and a map, you should be able to. That's actually one of the first dark rooms I recommend people learn.
What I'll do then?
I'm trying to find it. I really want to find it. Yep, Sash's closet was empty. After this, I'm gonna go to... After I check Eastern, I'm gonna go into Agena, then I'm gonna go to Meridia. And do, like, the Meridia... Do, like, the Meridia, Red Tower Erection. That loop.
Alright, that sounds good.
Because... if this wasn't a multi-world, I would have done all of that before returning to Zelda. And it's turning out that that decision is probably right. I just want to get my Sphere Zeros done first. Making sure you do your Sphere Zero checks early is especially important in large multi-worlds.
Yeah.
Like, probably...
Oh, Retro Gamer 5000.
Probably a few times a week. Or not a few times a week, but like 1 or 2 times a week, the SMZ3 Multiworld server has like a giant one.
Alright.
The biggest one that I've seen is 13.
Nice.
Those get... I personally don't like doing them with any more than like 4 or 5. Like, after 5, it's a lot.
Retro Gamer 5000, I wonder how you ended up with those items then.
Exactly. Like, it's very easy to get stuck with that many people. That's also another reason why, why Total really should program hints. Like, Total does,
Yeah.
especially for multi, because for multi-world, hints are so helpful.
Gamer, that's a really good set of early items.
And once you know more dark rooms, it'll help save a lot of time. I know enough. I know all of them except for Dark Aga Tower, and I can do Dark Aga Tower with Fire Rod. I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything in Eastern. Oh, Sick Kid.
Wasn't hard at all.
What? Oh, that dark room?
I found the map and
oh yeah, it's really easy.
found my way through.
I told you, that dark room is really easy. I think that's easier than the one in Eastern Palace. It's a little harder doing it from the front. Yeah, it's a little harder doing it from the front, but it's important to know that too. But doing the dark room from the back when you already have Death Mountain access is so easy.
Yeah.
I can do it with any number of things. Most often, I wind up doing that with bombs.
My Spectral Rock has just a heart container on top of it.
Yep.
And a power bomb inside.
I'm doing Agina, and then I'm heading back to SM. I really hope it's not a Kraid.
Check the things I can check around, like the Norfair portal. Retro Gamer 5000, as you do more of this, you'll definitely get a lot better at the Metroid side.
Yeah, like Stump, your Link to the Past has improved so much.
Fire Rod is at my Croc Escape.
Neither one of us has Fire Rod, right?
Right.
Yeah, my back of Croc is garbage.
Guess what I just found on, I think I... Oh, I'm not soft locked. I just gotta wait a while for the enemy to come back around.
Oh, was your Merlin high jump cave?
Moon Pearl was at High Jump E-Tank.
Oh, high jump E-Tank. So that... Did I not tell you that was my Moon Pearl? Or wait a minute, no! I said that your Moon Pearl... So that means my Moon Pearl is on your Lumberjack. That's not a twist I was expecting. Well, I full cleared Zelda. So I'm gonna head into Metroid and try to find your Morph Ball. It's probably in, like, Meridia or X-Ship.
Alright, and I'm gonna start doing Dark World stuff until I'm back in Logic.
Oh, right, because don't you have... You have out-of-logic Dark World access. Oh, wait, where was... I'm trying to remember where... Oh, Hammer was behind Wavegate. Yeah, that's all out-of-logic until we find my Wave Beam. So that actually wasn't that bad a wait, I don't think. That wasn't that long, was it?
Yeah. And stuff again.
I think you were only really idling for what, like a few minutes?
Yeah, and I needed to use that time to pull the map up anyway.
Right. Yeah, so you weren't idling for too long.
Yeah.
Now that I have supers again, I'm gonna go kill Kraid, and then head up Meridia.
Right. Retro Gamer, for learning the bomb jump timing, I would start with singles and just get used to, like, once you start one, just putting the next one down as your sprite touches the previous one.
Ah, I took him to prom. Damn it.
Oh.
I don't have charge, so it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to do without charge. Like, if you have charge beam, Kraid quick kill is really easy. Also obligatory. I'm on the board. Yeah, Cerebron, unfortunately we dated Kraid. Which I would not recommend doing. Hey, Key Hunters, can you get out of this, like, one tile wide shaft, please? Thank you. It's so annoying when that happens.
Kraid?
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks for the bombos.
Yep.
The last door before those, are you jumping through that door?
I think I might have.
Yeah, that is what you want to be doing.
Also, why did I go down the elevator? I don't want to go back to Zelda. Yeah, I definitely should not have gone down the elevator. I mean, with Space Jump navigating Meridia is going to be nice. It's not one of those seeds where you, like, have to gravity jump everywhere. Like, where it gives you early Meridia access with no movement, and you're expected to just grapple everywhere. No, I mean, I could do the early Ice Tower run, but I would rather focus on in-logic checks.
Right.
Just because Stump doesn't have his Morph Ball. And we're playing specifically with the option for early Morph. I don't even do Main Street the way you're intended to anymore. Like because you're intended to charge a Shine Spark from the other room. Because now I know the short charge for that. It's like a delayed run. It's like a delayed run one tap. It's not even hard. I think you have to delay and do
Short charge from the to do the short charge from the slightly from the way to aquarium.
Yeah. I think that's a delayed run 1. Like, it's not difficult.
That sounds about right. It is not hard.
Like, you can't do it with just a delayed run, and you can't do it with just a 1. You have to either do both or do a 2-tap. Although I have been getting better at 2-taps. I don't know if you saw that during the race, but I was actually practicing 2-taps when I was waiting for Dragon to come down. But there's more to being able to kill Dragon with Speed Booster than just knowing how to do a 2-tap, like a 2-tap Shine Spark, or a 2-tap Shine Charge. Because there's timing involved, too. Meridia's been pretty empty so far. You know what's scary? I just realized.
What?
Dragon is in logic.
For damaging Dragon.
Yeah, it's completely in logic. What do I have for damaging Dragon? Just ammo? Well, technically, Speed Booster, but I don't know how to do that, like, very easily.
Oh,
I have enough supers. The concern is more energy. I don't have a lot of energy. I have, I think I have 3 in a reserve.
that's a good, more good stuff to find early. Also, now that I have been doing rando, I don't really know how much I would how much more vanilla I'm going to end up playing.
Yeah, I gave Stump the rando bug. Like, that's one reason why traditional speedrunners are a little bit upset about Randomizer, because Randomizer has taken a lot of runners away from, like, the regular speedrun community. Boy, if this is yours. No, that's mine.
Oh, I died on phase 3 of blind.
Ouch. I was really kind of hoping that was yours, so it would give you some in-logic checks to do. I just found Screw.
Now that I think of it, since having half magic and Brian,
and you have a glove, you can get the Spike Cave.
I wonder how. I wonder about the. I wonder about Aga Tower without the lamp. Whether that's something I would be able to do.
Definitely have a map up for that.
Definitely, I would.
Like that's hard enough that I probably wouldn't even attempt it. Also, I went down the damn Norfair elevator again. I'm just clearly not focused. Because I didn't have very many supers, and I'm gonna need to. You know what? I'm actually gonna, for now, leave, I'm actually gonna leave Dragon behind for now. And I'm really hoping that your lamp is not back there. If I don't find anything at Wreck Ship, I'll come back and do it, but... It shouldn't matter that much, because even though it's out of logic, don't you have plenty to do now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna focus on doing efficient checks for a while until we can... Because, like, this makes me really happy that I know how to do high jumpless wave gate. I'm trying to remember who taught me how to do high jumpless wave gate, but I'm so appreciative that I know how to do that now. I used to only know how to do it with high jump. Do you want X-ray scope? Yes?
Especially since I have charge and plasma.
Oh, I didn't realize you had charge and plasma. I figured
Wait.
Wait, didn't I give all those to you? Yeah, I'm really not focused. That X-ray scope was at Alpha Power Bombs. Oh god. Oh god, this... Well, I need to refill anyway, because I'm pretty low on ammo. So I guess I can check Criteria Shaft after taking my save. Because I just realized that Criteria Shaft is in logic. Like, do you know how many times in, like, tournament races that location just gets people?
I've gotten that feeling.
Oh, has it happened to you yet?
I've seen it happen to others.
Yeah. I've had stuff there in multiple tournament races before. Thankfully, in all the instances, it was... All but one instance, actually. It was me making a hero call to go check that. I mean, there's definitely both, there's merit in both, like, vanilla runs and in randomizer. But like being good at this and being good at vanilla, it's two different skill sets. They're related, but it's still two different skill sets.
Full magic drop from something I was trying to farm a heart off of, so that'll be nice.
Oh boy. Book of Mudora was at Criteria Shaft. Mine, not yours. That's a bad sign. I'm just a bit worried that, like, we're doing early morph, and we're over an hour in, and I still haven't found your morph ball. Because I'm guessing it's...
Did early morph?
Did we do early morph? Oh no, we did do randomized morph.
I thought we didn't.
We did do randomized morph, you're right. You're right, we did...
Be blind.
You're right, we did do randomized morph. That explains why my... No, I thought we were on early morph because, like, my morph ball was super early.
Yeah.
But the important thing is that we're both doing stuff. It's not like the first SMZ3 multi I did with Uli and Ancient Gamer, where I was sitting outside for an hour and a half just camped outside of Turtle Rock, waiting for my red cane because I had full cleared both games. Well, I'm going fast now. What is that? Is that power bombs? Yeah, that's power bombs.
I'm getting the rest of my Dark World checks done.
Yep. You still have a lot to do? Or are you running low again?
No, I still have plenty to do.
Good. No, Stump, I don't need the blue bee. I'm sure it was an accident, but I don't need the blue bee.
Yeah.
If we wind up not getting Multiworld in, I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for, if they were to accept this in, they would just go for a race, either a solo or a race, because because the multi is an hour longer. Yeah, if it's just a solo or a race, I'm probably gonna try to do a Zooter, some weekend in May, because I haven't done a Zooter in a long time. Heck, I haven't even used my EverDrive 64 in probably a couple months. Alright, I'm fighting Fanny. That was a good Doppler.
I found my Master Sword. The one I just got for you were in Hype Cave.
Ah. Oh, there was a sword for each of us in there?
Yeah.
Nice.
Wait a minute. Okay, I guess I'll check my ledge then.
Ah! I just missed with the super, otherwise I would have gotten a 2-round.
Oh.
Yeah, he was in range of a super. Dang! I mean, it was with a rage still, but dang, I was so close to getting a 2-round. It wouldn't have been a very good 2-round anyway. It was slow, but still.
Retro Gamer, I'm sure you'll find the some progression soon, and you are using a map tracker, right?
Yes, please use a map tracker. I've done between like multis, ones at GDQ, tournaments, and just like solo ones that I do randomly. I've done close to 200 seeds, and I still use a map tracker.
I would be talking about locations I feel like you might be missing, but I don't want to confuse myself with this seed and possibly forget to check things.
Have a hook shot.
That'll actually help me get to bumper ledge.
You don't need. Oh, right. You can't get to bumper ledge right now, can you? Wait, you have hammer. Don't you have hammer and you have hammer and gloves? You can do bumper ledge. You don't need hookshot to do bumper ledge.
Oh, I meant without going back to. I meant without saving and quitting.
Oh, without. Right.
Going back to.
Right, because you can go all the way around now.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, with this being so far out, I guess I.
It'd probably
will
be
do that
faster.
anyway.
It'd be faster to save and quit anyway, because you're a catfish. Like, you should always, unless you have Mirror and haven't checked Zora fully, you should always plan on doing a save and quit after catfish.
Yeah, I actually just realized that. I got. Well, I can. With that hook shot, I think I'll be doing.
You're gonna like this too.
For those for that pair of shoes.
That was in Spiky Death Room. Yeah. Yeah, that was past all the spikes, and I don't have Varia, so yeah. I mean, I have Gravity and Space Jump. It's not that big a deal. Oh my god! You know how nice this attic is gonna be? With Gravity and Space Jump and Screw Attack. So nice. Like 10 seconds, everything's dead.
Out of logic flippers.
I mean, we're not in logic until I find Wave Beam or Lamp. I think Lamp puts all this in logic now, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Like, I'm pretty sure Lamp puts all this in logic. Oh, hey, Plasma! I'll take Plasma.
I have found the letter D.
Like, that joke just never gets old. I rolled this, yes. I definitely rolled this one, Cerebron. It's being fairly nice to Stump, too. It's just not giving him his Morph Ball. Oh, right. Why did I check this? I knew this was Power Bombs. It was a waste of a Super Missile. Man, now I'm at the point where I'm running out of stuff to do. I think I'm gonna hold off on Dragon until last. Because I don't have a ton of ammo and a ton of energy for Dragon. And if you can find Charge Beam, then I can just zap him. Or Grapple. I can fry him if you find Grapple. Yeah, no kidding. Like, watch this somehow. I don't know if it. I need to look at Stump's items to see if it even can.
What?
Cerebron's already spouting about Ped. Oh hey, there's somebody's Varia in my wreck ship. That's mine. Well, now I have a lot to do. I can get to Lower Norfair now. Have a mitt. Jesus, my wreck ship was stacked. Like, did you see what all was in there? There was like 4 or 5 progression items in that wreck ship. With how early I got Space Jump, I should have known. Yeah, we're not leaving Metroid anytime soon. I think I might just knock out. I think I might just knock out Metroid now. Honestly, I'm obviously not gonna kill Mother Brain, but I'm probably just gonna full clear Super Metroid at this point because I have so much to do here.
Dorm strikes again.
Yep, good old Troll Dorm. Honestly, the best way to avoid falling is probably just wait until you have wait until he charges you, because Moldor will charge straight at you every so often, and then you can just dot. Also, why are you fighting? I don't know why you're fighting Moldor with spin attacks. You have the hammer. But, like, I find fighting him that way is just riskier. Like, Master Sword spins, maybe that's just me, but I find that riskier than hammer. Doing ice. I'm doing ice, and then Croc, and then lower Norfair, and then upper Norfair.
More so much of a rabbit hole. Because I really, like, if I wasn't already doing this, I would have, like, when I got the boots, I would have immediately checked Bonk Rocks due to it actually being in logic.
Yeah. I fell down Crumble Shaft.
I found the Morph Ball, nice. Where was it?
Oh wait, you have Morph now?
Talking to someone in my chat.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Who's also doing an SMZ3.
Because SMZ3 is the cool thing to do now. No, seriously, this randomizer is super cool. It's my favorite one now. I used to be just absolutely addicted to Zelda 1 rando, and then Janice showed me this, and then I just started playing this basically nonstop.
The games really work so well together.
Even though they'll take a while, I'm looking forward to trying like an SMZ3 Key Sanity every once in a while.
Can't wait to see how that turns out.
Yeah, Total was doing a stream of like his Alpha Key Sanity build. I don't know if I told you like the details of what he has now, but there are 2 keys for every area except Lower Norfair and Wreck Ship. Plus a boss key for every area. And then
that ether was in my Super Bunny cave.
Okay, yep. I'm doing Croc now. Croc Peeps is Bloopies. You only have 5 hearts still? Jeez.
Well, now that I, with that unfortunate death, I, well, now can go back to in-logic things.
Well, you can go check Bonk Rocks now.
Yep.
Oh, and that too. You have Nits now. That counts as paying the bill. Stump is gonna like that.
Thing.
That was in pantry.
Station is that?
Croc missile.
Alright.
The one past the Rippers. That was at grapple. Which I think that's your tempered.
Yes. Saying it's a carrot.
So I think that was worth it. I mean, technically, because I found all stuff for you down there, I could reset. But I think that's against the spirit of the game, I think. Like, I could reset. I'm gonna go down to Ridley. It's a little bit risky going down to Ridley right now because I don't have 30 supers, but I have enough missiles that I can finish Ridley. It's just I don't have a ton of health either. I only have 4 tanks. Well, 4. I think I have 4 in reserve. But I think I should be okay. I've definitely fought Ridley in worse. Like, remember in the SMZ3 tournament when I fought Ridley on 3 in Varia?
Start doing other,
Check gold.
Wait. Flute? That flute puts my Moon Pearl in logic. Dark World stuff is now all in logic.
You're right. You're right. That flute does put your Dark World in logic. So I think that means you're back in logic again.
Yeah, because
I'm pretty sure
I didn't find anything that I otherwise needed Darkroom Traversal for.
Yeah, I think this means everything is back in logic again. I'm gonna have to do this twice. I'm gonna have to do this twice because I really don't want to have to kill Golden Chorizo. Because for me to kill Golden Chorizo right now, I would have to farm. Good. Good. My Golden Chorizo had nothing. Are you just picking those up for magic?
Yeah, I figured since I've run out of magic a couple times, I may as well. I may as well hold on to at least one.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, if I had charge, I would have just killed GT.
Where was
Where was what?
Where was Bombos?
I'm trying to remember where I found. I think it was somewhere in Meridia.
Okay, I was just thinking that if that's I was just thinking about whether Ice Palace is in logic.
Yeah,
because that did light up on my tracker.
Yeah, Ice is in logic. Ice should be in logic for you, unfortunately. Oh, I was just doing that for intelligence. Wait a minute. Can I get to... Wait, I can get to Checkerboard Cave. I have Mirror. I knew there was another reason I came out here, but I'm like, wait, I have Mirror. I can check Checkerboard Cave. There could be a mitt here. Nope. I very distinctly remember having a clip on my Twitch of talking about a situation like that where we were thinking that Kane of Samaria could be at Checkerboard Cave, and like everyone in the call just burst into laughter when I was right. It was so amazing. All right, I'm doing Ridley now. And it's not like this will be a problem. I have Screw Attack for worst room in the game. That's another reason why 100% is so good, is because, like, worst room in the game is trivial in that category because you have Screw Attack.
Yeah.
I think that's second shield for you.
Yep, that's my red shield.
And then of course there's just the music here. Oh hey, you're gonna hear that music too. Oh, you're just doing right, because you don't have Varia.
I was dipping in for
Screw
the Screw
Attack,
Attack item because that still would be in Logic, right?
No.
Oh.
That is in Logic on hard. But no, that item is not in Logic without Varia.
Okay.
It would be in like if it used SMZ3 logic, then it would be, because Bubble Mountain Missile in SMZ3 is in logic without Varia if you have speed. But no, that's not like any hell run, no matter how small it is in normal, is not in logic. I should have paid attention to how many you had, because I really didn't need to grab that. That was a powerbomb of shame.
All right.
Let's just say, Cerebron, I have used this song in multiple tabletop games that I've run. Just for, like, basically anytime the party has to go anywhere hot. Oh yeah, more mushrooms. Yeah, you would like that about Multiworld. It's like, just your fixation with that mushroom. Alright, I gotta farm for Ridley. Not. You know what? I should actually open the door and then farm the rest of the supers. One more super, please? Thank you. Alright. Alright, I'm taking on Ridley. And I don't have enough ammo just to kill him with supers.
Guess what I just learned how to do?
What? Oh, are you doing, Icebreaker? That isn't hard, is it? It doesn't look too bad.
No, it's not hard at all.
Hey, Ridley, can you grab me, please? Ridley, are you not dead? Ridley must not be dead. There we go. Yeah, Ridley just wasn't dead. Because Ridley, because Ridley Ridley at 0 HP doesn't die right away. Yeah, I just get the feeling your morph is gonna wind up being super late. I need to learn, all the Samaria clips. What's that Book of Mudora you just found? I thought I saw Book of Mudora over there.
Alright, I don't need to check Iced Tea Room.
Yeah, that's always nice. That room is such a pain. It's not just Icebreaker. I mean, Icebreaker is the most important one, but I really need to learn the other Samaria clips, like Diver Down. There's a setup for Diver.
I've learned that one too.
Yeah, I've seen there's a pretty easy setup for it if you put the Samaria block on the right side of the staircase. There's a few different ways you can do it, but the one on the right, the one where you put the Samaria block on the right looks easier. Although I don't think that actually opens up any checks. That just saves. It just saves time. Yeah, I definitely need to learn Samaria. I need to just sit down and start learning Link to the Past glitches again. Oh, there's my red cane. I've watched people do it. I just don't have the visual cue yet. Although I'm sure when I spend some time with it in the practice ROM, I'll find a visual cue. I am really surprised your lamp hasn't turned up yet. So you can go get my moon pearl. Because I don't know if you saw it. I don't know if you saw it, Cerebron, but my moon pearl is on his lumberjack. I am super low on health now. I'm out of Lore and Orfair. But I'm super low on health. And by super low on health, I mean just above beeping. Aw, yeah, you're on the wrong side of the block. Oh, now I am beeping. Why are you dropping ammo when I'm beeping?
My Varia suit.
Oh, hey, a sword. I don't think... Oh, hey, that'll stop the beeping. I should actually probably farm here. Until I get up to a reasonable amount of energy. Actually, it probably wouldn't be too bad an idea to farm supers here, too. Because I'm gonna be heading up to... I'm gonna go kill Dragon. Oh, you're right. That's why it wasn't dropping health, is because I had energy in my reserves. Because I think when you're beeping, it only like enemies only auto drop energy if your reserves are empty. Like it's either that or the game, or when it's deciding what it wants to drop, the game also takes into account if you have energy in your reserve tanks. But yeah, I just completely forgot I had a reserve tank. That's a bow. I would appreciate some silvers to go with it, but I don't need them. Checking Bubble Mountain and Cathedral, and then I'm gonna go kill Dragon, probably. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna kill Dragon from the front because those checks have been in logic for a while. Yeah, Bo is a nice find. At least that wasn't like my race with Nobly, where it was in friggin' fire.
On top of all the other stuff that Seed last night did, the bow was in Lower Norfair.
Yes. Yes, I will absolutely check Plasma. Because we're running out of locations for, like, Stump's lamp to be. Because once we find Stump's lamp, he can go get my Moon Pearl. And then after that, I'm gonna start knocking these dungeons out. I'm also wondering where the hell my hammer is, because I haven't seen that yet. I also need to learn how to set up Water Walk with just Pegasus boots. But I'm just gonna go clear out Super Metroid. And then if he still hasn't found my Moon Pearl, I have a little bit to do in Zelda. Not much though. I can
do the dark rooms in Aga Tower.
Are you out of stuff to do? No, keep doing stuff that's in logic.
Okay.
Because like Dark Aga Tower with 6 hearts is really hard.
book now. I'm checking pedestal.
Good idea. It's probably not required. Wait, don't you have both rods? Actually, don't you have logical access to Turtle Rock? Or do you not have any medallions?
Oh wait, yeah, I do.
It's like assuming you have the right medallion, or do you have?
I do have the right medallion. I checked which one it is.
Yeah. If there ends up being something on your ped, I would just go do TR now. Yeah, you kind of need to look at it with the book. Oh, part piece.
Yep, just a little piece of love.
And honestly, if you run low on stuff to do, Pendant TR might not be the worst idea. I think that there's too many people in the community that are just like deathly afraid of Pendant TR. I understand why, but
well, I had that's where my mirror was last night.
like, there's a surprising number of things that can be in there, and since you have like you've had access to that for a while, haven't you?
I come in logic until you gave me that flute.
That's still pretty early. Alright, I'm gonna go kill Dragon.
Retro Gamer 5000, what part of Shine Sparking are you having trouble with?
And Stump, that seed. Another dumb thing about that seed is it had flippers at Precious Missile.
My.
Because you know how most people want to save like the Dragon area until after they have flippers. Yeah.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna find those flippers if they're at Precious Missile. It was so bad.
Yeah. Sounds good, Retro Gamer, but what's going on with You're able to do that now?
Alright. Well, that's the Golden 4. So what is this? Is this Super Metroid and then a Link to the Past randomizer? If I wanted to do that, I would have played like an SMR and then an LTTPR, not a combo. But yeah, that's what the seed has felt like. It's felt like, here, play all of one game, then play the other game.
Retro Gamer, are you sure that you're still holding the direction and the run button when you're kneeling?
Yeah, that takes a bit to figure out. You have to do like a diagonal down input to actually charge it. It took me a while to figure that out, too.
Strange that you're losing your charge, then.
You shouldn't be if you're doing a diagonal down input.
Definitely should be getting charges if you're doing those inputs.
Did I tell you my first experience with Super Metroid casually was on a keyboard? It was awful.
My.
Like, you cannot play this game except with a controller. You just can't. I think that's a Riot Shield for me. And like as you can imagine, even doing simple stuff like wall jumping on a keyboard is just impossible. Plasma was a bloopy. So... Alright. So that's everything but Shack Tool. Alright, so now I gotta save and quit from here. I can go finish Eastern Palace now. I can actually do all my Light World dungeons now. Oh wait, no. That's not tempered for me, that's only Master. You don't have high jump, do you?
No.
Okay.
But I do have space jump.
That's not gonna help. Oh wait, you can. Did you do Ridley already?
No.
I
remember that I still don't even have Morph Ball.
Oh right, you don't have Morph Ball. Sorry, I completely spaced that you didn't have Morph yet. Are you beginning to understand, Stump, why I am a proponent of early Morph for marathons?
Definitely. I have no objection to using early Morph for the marathon.
That puts that hammer in logic, by the way. So now you're actually completely in logic. Which actually also meant that anything that is behind your anything that was behind the stuff you found in Ice Palace, that's now in logic.
fetch quest height.
It had been so long since we found it that I just completely spaced about nice gate glitch. I just completely spaced that that your hammer was still out of logic until you found that wave beam. Alright, hour 50, I finally have a crystal. Right, I don't have flute. I guess I'll do Hera now. Because the first time I went in there, I actually couldn't get past the room with the orbs because I didn't have a way to kill them. But now that I have the book, I can check the ether tablet. Yeah, I know. I was like, I was just noticing your transitioning. I'm like, wait, where are those supers?
Let's see where that fetch quest leads us.
That must have been what was at your shovel spot.
Alright, I think I'm going to do front of pod.
The funny thing is, even once you get my Merle, I still don't have, like, a convenient way into Dark World. Is this gonna be a double Agar required seed?
I hope not.
It's looking like it. Because once you do your Aga to get my Moon Pearl, the only way I have into the Dark World right now is Aga. Man, I don't have anything to make this Moldorm fight easier either. God damn it. Moldorm got me too. Oh, is the only thing that's preventing you from finishing Pod the lamp?
Yes.
Alright, Hero is a blank. Yeah. Alright. Alright, desert is my last logical check. Can you do the like rupee basement in the dark? That's not too.
I'm okay with that, but not the other dark rooms.
Oh yeah, those are hard. Like the dark maze in Pod is one of the hardest dark rooms to learn. It's probably like it might be like the third or fourth hardest one to know. Probably the hardest dark room, like the hardest dark room that's not Aga Tower, is probably it's either Turtle Mate. Well, that's not gonna hurt me too much, but I was the one who missed something this time.
I finally have my mirror.
So Stump, the first time I came over to Desert to check it, I forgot to check the desert ledge. It's not your lamp that's over there. Oh wait, no, this is the first access I've... No, wait, no it's not. I should have checked desert. I should have checked desert when I was doing, because you might remember I was over here. I was over checking Checkerboard Cave when I found. I was over checking Checkerboard Cave when I first went to Lower Norfair. I had mirror at the time. And I forgot to check desert.
Oh.
Yeah, and you know what's on Desert Ledge?
What?
My hammer. It doesn't help me right now, but my hammer's been available for a while. But without a Moon Pearl, the hammer actually doesn't help me. Alright, so that means that Desert's empty. Desert was Super Missile in 10, so... so your progression is somewhere on your side, and I have nothing else I can do. Or is it? Wait, no, oh, I have one more logical check after I grab this hammer. Because I have Master Sword. I have Master Sword and Lamp now. So I can check Pyramid Ledge. Wait, no! This hammer does open up 8 locations. I can get to East Death Mountain now. Oh, I'm so bad.
Yeah, that shovel's not, you heard what I said about that shovel, right?
Not in logic. Yeah, I saw where you got it.
Yeah, until I have the lamp.
But I have 8 logical checks now. Because I missed hammer. So now I'm the one that screwed up. That was my bad. I have checked the one tablet that I can. I cannot get to Bombo's tablet because I don't have the Moon Pearl. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to fake flipper over there. Otherwise, if there was a way to fake flipper, I probably would have done it when I was in, I should check what's on my floating island. Nothing. So I'm doing these checks. I get the feeling there's going to be something in here, and if your morph ball is back here, I apologize. This is completely my fault. This should have been... Although I really didn't get access to Lore and Orfair until probably, what, like maybe a half hour ago? I haven't had access to Lore and Orfair for, like, terribly long. And I just did not think to go over to Desert. Because originally I went over to the Mire area from Lore and Orfair to check, I don't think that helps you yet.
Oh.
No, the Ether Medallion, yeah. The Heart Container, I imagine, helps too, but it was more the Ether Medallion. Because
That's my Misery Mire medallion.
God damn it! Stump, I'm so sorry.
Where was that?
Paradox Cave. Behind the hammer I missed, I'm sorry. Alright, Stump. When you're done checking Bombo's tablet, if you would go get my Moon Pearl.
Sure.
Stump, I'm so sorry. That was my bad this time. I mean, we've been doing stuff, so it's not as big a deal, but still, I should have had that hammer a half hour ago. When I killed when I went to check Golden Chorizo and then go to check Checkerboard Cave, that's when I should have gotten that hammer. And that was because when I initially went over to Desert to do Agina, I did not scout the Desert Ledge item. Had I scouted the Desert Ledge item, this wouldn't have happened, I'm sorry. So, you have, like, every right to yell at me for that. I know you won't, because I know the kind of person you are, but... But I'm sure if somebody like Ancient Gamer was doing Multiworld with me, and... Yeah. So I've got this check and then shovel. Oh, that's my mirror shield. I've got this check and shovel, and then I'll be done. Oh yeah, AG would go off if I missed his... Like, if... Because I missed my hammer, which led to his lamp, which leads to my move roll. But yeah, after this, unfortunately, I'm just out of things to do. Although, no, I won't be out of things to do. I can do my Agate Tower climb. Yeah. Yeah, I can do my... That's so funny. Actually, no. No. I'm too far behind you at this point. So, instead, I'm just gonna wait in, I'm gonna wait by the portal in Dark World. I'm gonna wait by the CAC portal while you get Moon Pearl. Because it would take me too long to climb Agate Tower at this point. So actually, technically speaking, I should run my second timer now. edge, but it makes no sense to do that with the route that I'm going to be taking. So I'm just going to wait.
Right.
So I'm just going to sit here and wait for you to get my Moon Pearl.
Alright.
Honestly, I think we're making better time than we did last time.
Alright, I have started playing baseball with Aghanim.
Yup. It's probably closer to tennis, but tennis or baseball works. Oh yeah, in that race that I did with Nobly for the tournament, I got 7 blue balls from Aga.
There's 3 opportunities for it have been.
Yeah, I see that. 3-0. Yeah, that's how my fight went too.
4 for 4 so far.
Like, I'm really curious where your morph...
5 for 5.
I'm really curious where your morph ball is. And hopefully there's not too much, because I don't need a ton for Go. Man, if I had Charge Beam, I would actually go kill Mother Brain right now. I just can't kill Mother Brain right now. I don't have the ammo. What do I need? Wait, I'm dumb. I am actually super dumb. There is one more thing I can do.
Final count is 7.
Oh, you got 7, okay. Okay, if you're... Yeah, I'm just stupid. So, while you were climbing Aga Tower, I should have checked my pedestal. I'm gonna go do that now. And then when you grab my Moon Pearl, just dive into Dark World. Taking off. Yeah, I've gotta go outside and pick up some sticks after we're done, which is why I wanted to do this early in the day. Alright, what's here? Okay, my pedestal's dead.
What was on it?
Missiles. Typical. You know, given that there are 39 of those in the seed. So this is actually going to work out really nice, because you're going to pick up my Moon Pearl just as I get back. So I think I realized I could check Ped just in time. That's not a mirror. Yep, I'm going to transition, and then I'm going to have Moon Pearl. Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, I actually just came to the realization that my Fire Rod... that I might not need to get my Fire Rod. Skull Woods and Turtle Rock are both pendants for me. Also, this timer could be stopped. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just get Deeps out of the way now. So for Go, I need... Bombos... I need Bombos, I need Hookshot, and I need Flippers. And I think that's it. Yeah, those are the 3 I need. Bombos, Hookshot, and Flippers. Oh, wait, no, I need Mitts, too. I don't have Mitts. I shouldn't have to worry too much about my health in this dungeon either, because I have powder. Best safety item in Link to the Past is powder, hands down.
Absolutely.
Like, once you get to a specific set of dungeons in Link to the Past and you have powder, you're basically invincible. Because you can just refill your health everywhere.
Go mode, this would have been Godmire.
Oh, was the key in... Oh, the key was probably in one of the first 2 chests then.
Yeah.
Yup. Yeah, in my race with Nobly, I wound up full clearing Mire, unfortunately. I wound up full clearing Mire, and the GT Big Key was on the right side, which cost me a sub 3. I think our time is gonna depend on like how deep your morph ball is and how much SM stuff. Do you have everything you need to beat SM except morph ball? Oh wait, you don't have gravity.
Right, I don't have gravity.
Fine, game. You're gonna make me go over there, sure. Also, I've noticed silvers haven't turned up for either one of us. I mean, I don't have a problem doing Master Sword silverless. I don't like doing it, but...
Yeah. I have done it, so if I didn't already have...
Well, you have Tempered, so you're fine.
Yeah, I do have Tempered already, so I would be fine, but I have done it.
Yeah, it's hard. Alright, I'm gonna go knock out Blind now. Yes, Blind, we know Mire requires Aetherquake or Bombos. And I only just realized now how good of a pun that is. That's a really good pun. Oh, another thing I've just noticed. Where's all the health at in this seed? Because I noticed you're in Mire with, like, barely any health. I don't have a ton either. I have 9. Alright. Brewery has just a power bomb tank that I don't need anymore. I don't have the mitts. You know, since I did have mitts, I probably should have checked North Dark World before coming down here, because now I'll have to make a separate trip. But as we know, routing is hard. Okay. Oh, you don't have powder. That sucks. Yeah, that's the way to go. Oh, there's the shot. Alright, that's one less thing I need. Oh, that doesn't actually open up anything. Not yet, because I can't get in the mire. Let's go ahead and check, nice victories fight. Like, that cape dash strat is so cool.
It is. That's also my first time ever doing that strat.
Yeah, if you have Master Sword, you need half magic to do it. Alright, Hype Cave incoming. Well, not yet, but I gotta run over there, but Hype Cave is my next check. Hopefully it has something for you. Still can't believe your Morph Ball hasn't turned up yet.
Pod and Eastern, now that I have the lamp.
Yep. I'm actually headed to Pod myself after this Hype Cave. A mushroom! And of course Cerebron leaves after I find... Cerebron left before I found the mushroom. But yeah, nothing in there, unfortunately. Oh, oh, you know what this hookshot does? This hookshot lets me get to North Dark World without doing a save and quit.
Nice.
So I can do Graveyard Legend King's Tomb. And I can get back to Skullwoods, because I didn't do the front of Skullwoods. Watch this Morph Ball somehow be your go.
I was just thinking about the possibility of lower Norfair via Mire, but I realized that I need either Morph Ball or Speed Booster for that, or Screw Attack.
It is. I think the only place in Lower Norfair that Morph Ball can be at is GT. Speed Booster to get into Lower Norfair is not in Logic, like without Morph Ball. Like the Shine Spark to get out of Screw Attack Room, that's not in Logic because that's a short charge.
Okay. Or Morph Bombs. If only I had the first part of that.
Well, like, bombs wouldn't help you anyway because you don't have Morph Ball.
I'm saying.
I should grab these arrows over here because I'm low. Big key. Oh, I'm dumb. I forgot to check the... I forgot to check that chest. At this point, if this was a tournament race, I would just assume that this chest was a small key. It's pretty likely that this is a small key, but I gotta make sure. Yep, it was a small key. Pyramid Fairy won't be in play until after I get flippers.
Pyramid Fairy is something that I can do.
Oh, is Pod your second 5/6?
Both red ones.
Oh, Pod and Eastern are both red?
No, I already have both of my red crystals.
Oh, you already have both of them, okay.
Thieves Town and Misery Mire.
I'm under the assumption you're going to be doing that right after Pod.
Well, I was going to beat Armos Knights first.
Pod and Eastern, sorry. Yeah, I was, yeah, because doing this that must have been on Helmasaur.
Yeah, it was.
The Pod Eastern combo. Yeah, you must be doing your Pyramid Fairy after that.
Yeah, I think I will. Because I'm a Fire Rod away from Link to the Past Go mode. Oh, forgot to mirror.
So for Go you need Fire Rod and Gravity?
Yeah. And Morph Ball.
Oh right, Morph Ball too. Wow. Your Morph Ball still hasn't turned up. Alright, well that was the last item in Pod, so it's not here. I'm gonna do Pyramid Ledge Catfish, North Dark World, and then I think I have, like, Spike Cave and Mire left. Well, the Mire area. Because I haven't been able to check, I haven't been able to check Mire Shed, because I just got Moon Pearl. I mean, it has been a bit since I've gotten Moon Pearl, it just feels like it's been a while. And more reasons why we do this is... Yeah, that turtle room was terrible. Alright, my turn to fight Helmasaur King. I've already done Eastern.
Oh, almost got the Red Igor double kill. Not quite, though.
You want to do 1 on one of them, and then 2 on the other one.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, the timing on it could be a little tight. Yep, pod was empty. So I have Pyramid Ledge Catfish. North Dark World, Skullwoods, and Mire left. My Titans haven't... This was a problem last time, too. The last time we played, we had trouble finding my Titans nuts. But yeah, whichever one we wind up using one day after work, probably tomorrow or Tuesday, I'll put a video up with both our feeds on it and then I'll link it to you so you can put your submission in because they want both of us to submit.
All right.
Alright, Pyramid Ledge is nothing. And as far as commentary goes, if both of us do wind up playing, whether it be a multi or a race, I'll try to get I'll probably be getting a commentator from the SMZ3 community because we'll probably want to have our own separate call for communication.
Yeah. Alright, that seems good.
Oh, I can turn in Mushroom too. I need to do that. Mushroom is nothing.
Area was nothing.
I'm headed up to Catfish.
Cross.
Oh yeah, you haven't done Dark Cross yet. Alright, Catfish. Unfortunately, he was just knee tank. Yeah, we're like...
Beam.
What beam?
Grapple.
Oh, lovely.
So what do I do first? Pendant Swamp, front of Skullwoods, or
Do you have Hook?
Yes.
I would
or Pendant Turtle.
I would clear out Pendant Swamp.
Alright, that sounds
Unless
like
you've done Dark Death Mountain East.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I would
The only thing left.
I would
The only thing I have left on East Death Mountain is Turtle Rock.
Yeah, I would do Swamp and then TR. Don't need that. That's a boomerang. Wait, Spite Cave is not in logic for me. Yeah, Spite Cave's not in logic. I don't have an invincibility item. Bumper Ledge is nothing. So all I have left is Front of Skull Woods and Mire. And I would have to get to Mire through Metroid. Because my Gold Glove still hasn't turned up. Where's my Gold Glove? I mean, my Gold Glove, Stump's Morph Ball. Because we're 2.5 into this now, and Stump still doesn't have his Morph Ball. I got 2 checks left in Skull Woods. Then we're off to Mire area. Big chest was nothing. Now I got Samaria chest. Is this green for you?
Yes, it is.
That's an even better reason to come here. Because I thought I remembered when I saw your map that Swamp Palace was green for you. Alright, nothing in Skullwoods. Both the items are fire rod locked. Oops. Alright, I'm going to Mire now. These are my last logical checks. Is Mire Shed. So I'm probably going to be in BK mode for a while after this.
Morph Ball shows up. I've got basically all of Super Metroid to dig through.
Yeah, I think you can basically. Well, you don't have gravity, but other than that, you can full clear out stuff. Actually, you know what? This is what 110, 40. I could actually go kill Mother Brain. I have a very weird amount of ammo for it, but I could go kill Mother Brain. I think that's what I'm going to do if there's nothing in Mire. Because it's 40 for because it's 10 and 30 for MB1, right? Like 10 for
missile equivalents.
10 for
it's 6 and 30.
6 and 30. So that's 36. 80, 74. That doesn't open anything up for me. Thank you for the flute. I like finding that, but that does not actually open anything for me.
See if I remember how to do this. Or 5,000?
Oh, diver down?
Yep. I got my net.
Alright. Last 2 checks. This is it. I mean, I do have other things I can do out of logic. Like, I could go check my waterfall fairy. Have silvers. Nope, I'm out of stuff to do. I'm in BK mode. Alright.
Yeah, Retrogamer, if that controller was giving you too much trouble with the directions for shine sparking, definitely using a different one would be a nice thing.
Yeah, I can see how shine sparking would be difficult on a PlayStation controller. Like, I don't care for PlayStation controllers' D-pads at all. But then again, I've also grown up with Nintendo's D-pads, so I'm probably just used to them. And I've just found Nintendo's D-pads to be a lot better at diagonal inputs. I'm gonna go ahead and fake flipper to my waterfall fairy, and then I'm gonna go kill Mother Brain. Because I think with 110 and 40, I have like just enough.
$110 and 40.
I think it's enough. I would have to refill after Zeb's. I would have to refill after Zeb's, but I think it's enough.
It definitely is enough.
Oh, I found my silvers.
Yeah. Where were they?
Waterfall Fairy.
Oh.
Yep, I'm just gonna go kill Mother Brain. The energy situation is also gonna be kind of scary because I only have 5 tanks. And actually, I found another super missile pack, so I have 115-45. That's more than enough. So I'm gonna go beat Super Metroid. Since I only actually have one out of logic check I can do too, and that's Spike Cave. Enduring Morph Ball on Laser Bridge, because memes. Did I tell you the story of...
Isn't there a meme about that being the vanilla location of Ice Rod?
No, vanilla locate... No. No, that's definitely not the vanilla location of Ice Rod.
I said, isn't that a meme that's the vanilla location?
Talk about it when I'm done with Metroid Rooms.
Retro Gamer, I'm sure you'll be able to find some way to do the inputs that works.
I think the meme is actually from JTN. One of JTN's most famous LTTPR quotes is, "The answer is always Laser Bridge, except when it isn't Laser Bridge." So that's what he's referring to. He's specifically referring to Ice Rod being there. Sorry, Metroid Rooms are kind of, like, concentration intensive, as I'm sure you know from running, like, any percent.
Yeah. Right side is fire rod locked. Hopefully it doesn't contain what I need to get much farther in here.
Oh, I completely... Well, the thing is, like, I completely spaced that fire rod. But yeah, now if you don't have fire rod, you can get locked out at any chest. Dang, I almost made it all the way to the webbing without getting grabbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're locked out.
I got locked out. With that big key location, too. Alright.
Where to next?
Graveyard Ledge and front of Skullwoods, so I guess that's what I'll do.
That's all you have left?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, there might... I'm trying to also think about what Super Metroid things I can still do without Morph.
Do you have Screw?
Back.
Oh.
Front of Skullwoods has to offer.
Alright, I'm just, refilling after Zebs. I actually forgot to refill energy after Baby, and triggered my reserve tanks. So this might be fun. I'm definitely gonna save the super missiles for catch-up phase. Because I can take one catch-up beam and be okay. And I might not even be able to do that, depending on how it combos me. Alright. So I need to shoot 45 missiles into her, and then I can start using supers. Mother Brain, please play nice. Ugh! Oh my god, that was so terrifying. I was pixels away from getting ketchup, then it would have killed me. She was not playing nice. Like, I am really wondering where your North Ball is. Because I've been everywhere in Zelda.
Skullwoods I'm able to do, so that just leaves Graveyard Ledge.
Yeah, if it's not at Graveyard Ledge, then then somebody goofed. I did make this one with a spoiler log just in case. Oh!
How much does that open for you?
I think just Swamp Palace.
Oh, that's still a good number of items.
Oh, did you last location that?
Yes.
I mean, it's rando, it happens. That's a tough spot for that, too. So I'm guessing your Morph Ball is probably in Swamp Palace. But I have Super Metroid beaten now.
Alright.
Yeah, that opens up just Swamp Palace. So I guess that means you're completely out of checks?
In Link to the Past, yes. I'm thinking about Super Metroid.
Because if I recall with the items you have, well, you can't do any of that anyway. Yeah, I think you're out. I think you're just waiting for me to find Morph Ball. And I would not at all be surprised if it was in Swamp. Swamp Palace is actually 8 items for me, because it's my 5/6. So it could very well be on my Pyramid Fairy.
Yeah. Item set. I actually could.
You could what?
I wouldn't be able to get back from it unless I but I would be able to. I think I could backdoor. I think I could backdoor and beat Dragon.
Do you have ice beam?
Yes, I do. I'm not comfortable enough with the suitless escape from there, though.
Have you checked Red Tower?
Do it without Morph Ball. Oh wait, I could get into it from the Norfair portal.
Yup.
I'm gonna go do that.
Yup. Yeah, that's something that only comes up in Combo Randomizer. So I was wondering if you had thought of that. That's in Logic too, because you have Ice Beam. In normal mode, for that to be in Logic, you have to have Ice Beam. There's no other item that opens that up, but yeah, you can be expected to do that, and I would not be surprised in the slightest if your Morph Ball was there.
Eeh.
And it completely sucks having to do that check, because it's a very time-consuming check. But I've definitely had progression there before. Even something that's led to Morph Ball. But I completely understand why you wouldn't think of that, because that's pretty obtuse. It very rarely comes up, and I am very, very wary of that. Like, I'm very aware of that check as soon as I find Ice Beam. But yeah, oh, you have Space Jump too. Oh, this will be pretty easy. Oh, hey, look, Charge Beam that I don't need anymore. That would have been useful like 5 minutes ago. Because now I'm done with Super Metroid. Completely. But really, once we find your Morph Ball, the rest of this should be relatively simple. We should still be significantly underestimated. I think this has actually been in Logic since you got Ice Beam. Nope, okay. Okay, it was worth checking, though.
All right.
You might actually want to stay there.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I can do.
And the most likely thing I am to find is Morph Ball. So you're probably just going to want to camp there until I find it.
Alright.
Because there's going to be something here.
What do you have left in logic to check?
Just Swamp. Yeah, it's just Swamp. I had full cleared up until this point. I just have Swamp left to do. Have a heart piece. I'm not gonna bother with like Diver Down right now. I'm gonna do that on the practice ROM. But I do need to sit down and learn Diver Down, Icebreaker, and like all the other like legal Samaria clips.
Yeah.
Because like all those Samaria clips are legal as long as you like Samaria clipping is legal as long as you stay in bounds.
Yeah, and Icebreaker and Diver Down aren't hard.
It's just probably learning them, like learning the setup.
Yeah. Essence, yes. Morph Ball Hunt. And I'm in BK mode.
Well, I just got my Titan's Mitts. So that opens up Dark Death Mountain.
I am probably in BK mode for a lot longer then.
Yeah, you're probably going to be in BK mode a lot longer. Because now I am actually... I think all I need now is Bombos, and then I'm in Go mode. Where are you going?
Well, since I don't have anything else better to do, I was going to beat Landmolus and pull Pedestal for the heck of it.
I guess that makes sense. Because the way this is looking now, watch this Oops all dungeons. Why am I not shooting Argus with silvers? I have silvers. Oh no! Oh wait, doesn't that give you stuff to do? I thought that
Link to the Past Go mode.
What?
I'm in Link to the Past Go mode.
Oh! Oh, when I saw the fire rod, I was like, oh no, if that's mine. Okay. So now Pyramid Fairy. Oh, we still need... Oh, yeah, you still need Gravity. Because you said you can't do Suitless Dragon Escape.
Right. Although if I get Spring Ball, I would be able to, I think.
Okay, so it's Gravity... So it's your Morph Ball, my Bombos, and then either your Gravity or Spring Ball.
Right. Yeah, I checked Ped, and it is a piece of heart.
Like, we're making pretty good time still, because, like, the 4 Super Metroid bosses aren't going to take you long. Not Pyramid Fairy. Let's see here. I'm gonna go do Smith Chain. Yeah, I'm just gonna do Smith Chain and then do Dark Death Mountain later, because I'm getting suspiciously close to Turtle Rock.
Gravity suit.
Oh, you found Gravity?
Yeah.
Nice! So now we just need your Morph Ball and my Mire Access.
Yep, I am just a morph ball away from go mode now.
Yeah, so it's Morph Ball for you and Bombos for me. I think 430 is going to wind up being a good estimate.
To think that's what ends up being my go mode item.
Freaking Morph Ball. It could well. I'm actually kind of hoping that Morph Ball winds up being the go mode item for us as a team, because you don't want to have to search all of Super Metroid for my Bombos medallion.
Yeah. So there are restrictions on what can be in Ganon's tower, right?
Ganon's tower is pre-filled with junk.
That means I should clear out the rest of Turtle Rock before I do it, right?
Yes. There can be no progression. There can be no progression in Ganon's tower, ever.
Clear out Turtle Rock first.
Yeah, I would finish TR first. Yep, I'm just doing the lunchbox. Oh yeah, Spike Cave is still not in logic for me. One thing I really don't want to see is Fire Rod. Alright, lunchbox is an E-Tank. I'm going up to Dark Death Mountain East. Again, if this was a multi-world, I would have chased Dark Death Mountain first. But in multi-world especially, you have to be thorough. I like how we're both headed to the same place. Like, kind of. We're kind of both headed to the same place.
Yeah.
Because both our access to this was so late. Yeah, both. Like, what's most likely to happen is we're gonna find your Morph Ball and you're gonna have to search all of SM for Bombos. So when you go to Super Metroid, I would probably just route from bottom to top, like start in Norfair and then go like do like Ridley Kraid Dragon Phantoon.
Yeah, I was gonna do something like that.
It makes sense. Alright, we'll see what my Turtle Rock entry is. It is.
I found Screw Attack.
My Turtle Rock entry is Quake, which I don't have. Screw is nice. It'll just be a matter of finishing.
Pass Chain Chomps.
I mean, your Morph Ball could very well be in Turtle Rock. Behind that Fire Rod on Argus, which is absurd. But we'll see. These are my last few checks. Oh boy! Have you fake powdered, or do you not have your mushroom?
Mushroom. But that was a very good timing for that.
Yeah, it's like, oh great, I just found your powder. Nope. I have one more check to do, though. I just found Brian, so that puts Spike Cave in play.
And I'm a little saddened that I didn't get the quadruple kill on those anti-fairies.
And this is my last check. Period. Like, I can't check.
Are you in BK mode after this?
I am in full BK mode. I have no checks in or out of logic. Like, this is my actual last check. Have fun.
Stick of butter.
Yeah, it was butter. So, what could I potentially be waiting for? I'm trying to figure out where I want to camp. Do I want to camp by Mire, or do I want to camp by Ice? I think I'm gonna camp by Mire. Oh, you know what I could do? I could go fill up my bottles with potion while I'm waiting for you to find Bombos. So yeah, at this point, I think it's in your hands. I don't need those anymore. I'm already done Super Metroid. I just flued it away, too.
From where?
The potion shop. Yeah, I just flued it away from the potion shop when you gave me that bottle. Alright. Alright, I'm setting up shop outside Mire. Because that's the most likely place that progression can be. I don't have an advanced...
Almost at Laser Bridge.
I don't have an advanced fire source, otherwise I would just do ice. And I really would rather not see Fire Rod. There's a lot of stuff I don't want to see right now. But yep, I'm just waiting for you. Good idea with the health situation. You still don't have a second row of hearts. Wow. Don't you have like a bazillion potions though?
No, I didn't buy any yet.
You have half magic. You could probably you have half magic and you have half magic and cape.
Just cape it.
Yeah, because at the end of right before the boss, there's full magic. Yeah, there's full magic right before the boss. And this can actually be expected. Because the logic behind Laser Bridge is Cane or Cape or 3 shields. That's the actual logic. Yeah, I'm assuming you wanted to catch that second one.
Yeah, but I'll be fine without it.
Yeah, it must be nice to have bug net.
I know where yours is.
Yeah.
It's my cathedral missiles.
Your croc escape, you mean?
No, my cathedral missiles.
Oh, right, because you can see what's there. Yeah, that's not being acquired.
Yeah. That's
not being acquired. I don't need it.
I was doing this as though I had tempered, so that's why I didn't switch items.
Yeah, because when do you ever find all 4 swords? Usually you find 3.
Yeah. Hit.
For Trinex, the head is vulnerable until the middle tail part starts splashing.
Alright. We're in BK mode. I'm wondering if I should do since I have gravity now, the parts of Meridia I can do via the back door before doing something that is definitely completely filled with junk.
You can't do anything in Meridia without morph.
The morph tunnel there.
Yeah.
Alright.
There's morph tunnels all 3 ways to get into Meridia. The main way to get into Meridia, you need a power bomb. And you for the main route, you need a power bomb. There's a morph tunnel in front of the portal, and then Forgotten Highway, there's a morph maze, so yeah. Are you out of things to do too?
Yes. Unless I forgot something.
We screwed up then. Oh wait, no! Magic Bat!
Oh right!
Do Magic Bat! Do Magic Bat real quick.
I forgot to mark the powder on my tracker. That's what happened.
Yeah. I completely spaced the. Yeah.
All right.
Magic.
Do the Bat Cave.
Yeah, Magic Bat is. I was like, "There's no way," and then I realized, wait, powder, you can go do Magic Bat because you don't have a mushroom to fake powder it.
Right. That mushroom has not come up for me.
Well, mine was trash. All right. I mean, it's got to be something.
This is the last location.
I think that this is the last location for both of us.
I guess it wasn't.
Okay.
Location because...
Yeah, that's interesting. So you're out of stuff and I'm out of stuff. Then we did something wrong. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go see what we did wrong.
What are the things in Super Metroid that I should have been able to check first to make sure that I did check all of them?
Do you have screw? You have screw.
I did not check that. Oh, I have screw attack. So
front of gauntlet.
Screw attack and front of gauntlet. All right. Yeah, I forgot about that too. That's why I should probably show the map tracker of Super Metroid for this too.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. But you haven't had screw attack for that long, have you?
Not for that long. It was in Turtle Rock.
Okay. Yeah, so that'll let you do some checks. Do you have space jump? So you can do front of gauntlet.
Oh, I have the front half of Brinstar also.
Yes. Yeah, there's front of gauntlet. Okay, good thing I didn't actually scroll down very far on the spoiler. Because I was actually gonna pull the spoiler up to see what our mistake was. But if you haven't had this that long, then this isn't a huge deal. This is just some of the twists that this one has taken have been a little bit crazy.
That.
I don't need that. I'm done with Metroid. I'm actually kind of curious why you just didn't turn around after seeing that or reset back to your ship. Because you have more than enough energy, and I have no need for anything in Metroid, because I'm done with Metroid. The reason...
Ooh, I could go down to Old Mother Brain.
Yes. Yes, Old Mother Brain is available. If you don't find anything there, then it's probably better to reset. To reset. Like, soft reset. Because you just transitioned into Metroid, so it'll take you back to your ship.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the things that I've noticed you could work on in your routing, is routing around resetting. Yeah, soft reset here. Yeah, I won't be too disappointed if the thing winds up being Morph Ball. I would actually prefer for it to be Bombos, because Bombos would put your Morph Ball in either Ice Palace or Misery Mire, both of which I have to do anyway since they're crystals, and then you could just rush all 4 bosses in Super Metroid without having to look for anything. But more than likely, you're going to find your Morph Ball down here.
And I did.
Oh, you just got Morph? Yup. Yeah. So it was just a case of your Morph Ball being super deep. So now that means that that now means that my Bombos Medallion for Go can be anywhere in Super Metroid. So at this point, yeah, Big Pink right now. Like the Green Bryn and Big Pink area is fine. Since you're here. But I would say the next time, like once you get to Business Center, I would say just go straight to Lower Norfair.
Alright.
Through the portal. And
You want it? Oh,
and
right, you're finished Super Metroid.
Yeah, I'm already done with Super Metroid. You might have to grab that grapple beam, unfortunately.
Something might be at your...
Shack Tool. That would open up Shack
Yeah.
Tool for me. And you have beams, right?
Yeah, I have beams.
Yeah, we don't need ammo anymore. Yep. All right. Oh. All right. I'm headed to Shack Tool. I mean, if Bombos is there, that's absurd. It's most likely in SM, like your SM somewhere. Nice meme. Like, that's the true meme beam, is Spazer.
It really is.
Oh, and here's another reason why I don't like going to Super Metroid, beating Super Metroid first, is because I have to go back into Super Metroid after beating Mother Brain. I don't have any ammo. So I'm gonna have to get power bombs somewhere, because I think I need a power bomb to get to Shack Tool. But I think don't the crabs drop power bombs though?
Which crabs are you talking about?
Like the Meridia crabs?
Drop a lot of power bombs.
Yeah, because I need a power bomb to get to Meridia. Hey, Milena. I'm kind of we're almost done. I'm just waiting for Stump to find my Bombos, because we just got his Morph Ball. And it wasn't even really, like, a mistake. It wasn't that bad a mistake, honestly. Wait, why am I saving? Don't grab those. We don't need them. Or do you still need energy for stand-up?
Energy, so I'll stop getting those. I just forgot. Wow, first try high jumpless wave gate.
Nice! Nicely done. I have been doing, like, a lot of this because of the tournament. But the only, like, RPG stuff I've been doing is I've been doing a full item list playthrough of 7. And I'm actually just doing the last bit of grinding to get a Master Summon Materia. I'm probably also going to try to get a second Master Magic Materia as well before I go take on the super bosses. Alright, time to see what's at Shack. Okay, it's 3 bombs. If that was Bombos, I would have been very disappointed because I didn't have enough power bombs to actually get it.
Yeah, also that reserve tank I just like ran into without looking at what it was first.
Yep, I'm out of stuff to do. I'm actually just waiting on I'm waiting on Stump for me to find my Bombos tablet or my Bombos medallion. So I'm actually just gonna camp out by Meyer until he finds it. I just feel really bad for Nobly because of where that Moon Pearl wound up being. Like, that just screwed him. Alright. Alright, just chilling by Misery Mire now. Yeah, I haven't seen FF8's randomizer. I imagine it can be pretty interesting. The problem I have with like that kind of thing is like the seeds just take way too long. I don't even do like OOT anymore because of how long seeds take me. Seeds usually take me like about 5 because I'm not good at OOT. If you're good at OOT, seeds should take you like 3. So about as long as this. Well, about as long as doing solo seeds of this. So I guess while I'm waiting for Stump, I can check a couple of other things. Yep, just waiting for my partner to find the last thing I need to complete the game. Not helpful. The thing I really don't want to see right now is Quake.
Sure, first.
Quake opens up Fire Rodless Turtle Rock for me.
Do Norfair before Kraid? Yeah, I guess so, because more items.
Yeah. Yeah, I would probably just rush lower Norfair, or like... Yeah. I would do Croc after...
It's on the way out.
Yeah, Croc after Bubble Mountain. Don't bother with the bug net, I don't need it.
Alright.
I have plenty of defense. I also think I still have 2 blue potions. Matter of fact, the only stuff that you should even bother getting for me is just items that open up. Just Just whatever opens up checks. Also, I'm trying to remember when I got half magic.
Oh, that was in my Blueburn star.
Yeah, don't bother with any unless it opens up unless it opens up progression for me. Don't bother giving anything. I mean, that's like right in your way, the super. But like, don't go out of your way to grab any items for me unless they open up checks. And Magic Cape, don't bother with it either. That's dead.
There's nothing on.
There is nothing on
that one.
There is a pack of power bombs on my bumper ledge. Neither one of us need power bombs right now.
All right.
Yeah, that's just too long for me. It's one of the reasons I haven't tried, like, Career Day or FF6's randomizer. I think it's called Worlds Collide is the randomizer for 6. Because 6 was my first one, and I have... I love that. I love that. I love that boost. That boost is so cool. Yeah, just unfortunately I have... Wait, what? You set that up on the left? I've never seen that.
I messed up getting him to jump right, and I ended up on the right side of him. So that's why I pushed him to the left.
Yep. So really, our finishing times are going to be, our finishing time is going to just be based on how long it takes you to find Bombos.
That feeling when the first of the Super Metroid bosses I beat is going to be Ridley.
Yep. I mean, this is the correct way to route. At least this didn't wind up being a double aggro required seed like we were thinking it would be.
Yeah.
There was a really convoluted way around it, but... Yep. Nice Kago.
Thanks.
Nice. That's cool.
X-ray for the win.
You don't get to see the... I need to actually remember that you can microwave the gold pirates.
Oh, could I have microwave GT?
No. Oh, no.
Okay.
No, no, it's... No, GT's iframes work differently. Otherwise you would, well, no. Yeah, unfortunately you can't microwave GT. As far as I'm aware. Not quite dead. Ridley, how are you still not dead? Oh yeah, right. Because with just Charge Ice Plasma, that's not actually that much damage.
Yeah.
Oh.
I almost grabbed that in case it was mine, simply because I am somewhat low and it would reduce, well, I don't really have any need to farm them with my beams, but...
Because once you find this Bombos medallion, like, the rest of these bosses are going to go down really fast.
Are you in go mode once I have that?
Yes. All I need is Bombos. If you see a Fire Rod or a Quake, though, grab it.
Alright.
Because that opens up checks for me. But, all I need to finish is Bombos.
All right.
Speed booster. Wow. That is a spot for that.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I mean, that's good timing because now you can do like.
I don't have to worry about the
stuff.
speed lock things in Meridia and the ship.
Wreck ship. Let's just hope it's not in Waterway, because if it's in Waterway...
If it's Waterway, we're last locationing it.
Yup. Yep. Wave beam? Oh, you already did that.
Yeah, right. I already did that because you don't need morph for it.
Great.
Oh, time to bet on Croc.
I think it's wise to do Croc now.
Absolutely. It's what, 5 things?
Yeah.
Is it 4 or 5?
5. Well, it'll be 1, 2, 3. It's 5. Yeah. Normally it's 6, but we already know that the item in Croc Escape is the bug net, which I don't need.
I can escape via the ice area anyway.
Oh, you're right, and you can get those checks.
Yeah.
That's so cool. I never thought of routing that way.
I left those for last so that I could do this.
That's so neat. Bye, Crocomire. I love doing this. The one microwave you don't even need X-ray for.
Yep. One of those items being a single rupee.
You know what's funny? I think there was a penny there in my seed, too. It's like, no, I don't need the penny. I don't think we necessarily did anything wrong routing-wise in this. It was just a matter of why we don't do late morph, or like why we don't do totally random morph, because it was in like it was very late in the chain. And this sort of thing where one person is waiting for their last item is very common when one person gets their morph ball right away. Oh, you didn't save. Okay. Okay, if you didn't save, then this makes sense. I actually like to save in the save station after Crocomire, so that I can check Lava Tide, Pantry, and Grapple, and then if there's nothing at Grapple, then you can just reset. But you didn't save, so you're gonna have to walk back. That's probably one of the hardest things to learn about like routing combo randomizer, is just learning how to use saves, because obviously in like regular Super Metroid you just don't save ever.
I don't know why I picked that up.
What do you need that for? You already have the other one.
Right, the bet on Croc did not pay off.
Oh, in last night's race, probably the most clutch moment that the commentators didn't notice was when I was trying to gravity jump out of out of Mount Everest. Because I don't know if you've ever had to do that gravity jump with without high jump before. It's a pain. I overshot the platform.
Oh.
I overshot the platform and then took gravity off or put gravity back on while I was falling and somehow wall jumped off of the grapple block.
Oh my.
To save it. I'll have to clip that. It was really crazy. Yeah, you're just a little too low. This looks hard to do with a high jump. There we go. This is such a cool route. I've never thought of doing this. But that's also because usually I wind up checking these way earlier. So does that mean that Morph Ball can be at, does that mean that Morph Ball can actually be in Crumble Shaft and Hard?
That's a good question.
There it is. Okay, cool. Alright, full go mode. Alright, so now you can just take care of your bosses. Again. But I think we're gonna be underestimate.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think it says something about how much you've improved, given that we're gonna be like right around or a little underestimate on a seed like this that had your Morph Ball so late. Because I was camped out at Mire for like a half hour waiting for your waiting for you to find Bombos. So overall, I was in BK mode for about 50 minutes. Not a Godmire, unfortunately. So all I've got left now is Ice, Mire, and GT. Whereas you have like the Super Metroid bosses, GT and Mother Brain. Nice quick kill. Oh, right, I have to do this with Lamp, because I don't have Fire Rod. Oh, shit. I really hope that doesn't... Oh, there are your high jump boots. There is actually a small possibility... There is a small possibility that I am not in Go mode.
Should I keep looking at items then?
No.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't. The probability of that happening is pretty small. If you have to, you can just go back in. Like if you have to, you can just go back and look for it later.
All right.
But I think that like it's a pretty small a pretty small chance of it actually happening. The chance of that happening is like 18%, I think. There's an 18% chance that I need the fire rod for Ganon's tower.
Wait, what part of Ganon's tower needs the fire rod?
Right side. The conveyor room. The conveyor room.
Right.
Those 4 chests need fire rod. So if the big key is there... So I actually shouldn't click the green light yet. Because it is very possible that I don't... It's very possible that the big key is back there. And even if it is required, the fire rod could very well be in Ganon's tower. But I would just bet that it's not. Like, I would bet that it's not required. Because it's a 4 in 22 chance that it's required, which is about 18%, and I'm willing to bet at this point I'm willing to bet on an 82% chance that fire rod is not required.
Alright, sounds good to me.
Like, I mean, and if it is, we just go back in until we, like, we just go back in and keep looking for it. But more likely than not, we're in go mode. Microwave shrimp.
The best kind.
Yup. Yeah, you're gonna knock these bosses out real quick. Because you just have Phantoon left, and then you'll just have the 2 end bosses left.
Yep. Well, and Ganon's tower.
Yeah, Ganon's tower as well. I'm assuming you're probably gonna beat SM first.
Yeah, I think I am.
Alright.
Since I would have to pass the ship to go into Link to the Past anyway.
Yeah, may as well beat it first, because when you get out of Escape, you'll be right next to the portal. Alright, I'm off to Ice. Yeah, I definitely, for a little bit, when you found that Bombos, I forgot about the wrinkle that I might need Fire Rod for Ganon's tower. Because there's a very small chance that the probability of even getting a crystal setup that does not require Fire Rod is pretty small. It's about... It's a little. If I've done the math correctly, I want to say it's a little less than 4%. Because it's 1 in 5 times. It's 1 in 5 times 2 and 9, I think. Oh wait, it might be a little higher than that. It's 3 in 10 times 2 and 9. So it's actually closer to about 6%.
A wave a ghost.
Yep. Yeah, because that's... Actually, yeah, wait, no, it actually worked. The math works out really nicely. The chances of Fire Rod not being required to get 7 crystals is actually just 1 in 15.
Ah, Fantoon avoided my shot.
And 1 in 15 is about is a little over 6%. Just somewhere between 6 and 7%. There we go. Alright. I don't have Fire Rod for Cold Stare, so I'm gonna actually have to trap. I'm gonna have to trap Cold Stare in the corner the hard way. I usually just stun lock him with Fire Rod shots, but not this time because you didn't need it. Nice! Nice kill. Alright, I'm on my way to GT. Nice reverse ocean fly. Do either one of us have red mail?
I don't.
I don't. Because I remember both of us finding armor pretty early, and then just the other one never turned up. Yeah, it's just those 4 chests on the right side that we can't get. We can do tile room, so we have all of left side in tile room. Alright, time to bet on 82%. Actually,
are you about to enter GT?
I am about to enter GT, yeah. It's actually like 83%, because it's 0.82 repeating.
Alright. For the guessing game, I say 14.
14 would be Bob's chest. With the route that I take. So hopefully, like, me sending stuff doesn't bother your Metroid rooms any.
Oh.
heart piece and a small key in Hope Room. We don't need that. Supers. Because you have beams. You have, I think, what, Charge Ice Plasma?
Yeah.
Which I think for Mother Brain is 30 shots.
Be fine. Oh, I have all 4 of my trash cans.
Big Key! Big Key was number 5. We in full go mode, boys! I mean, it was the right play. Cause why go out of your way to check that stuff until you know that until you know that you need it?
Exactly.
You know what? You know what's funny? I think even with this like morph situation, I think we're gonna wind up coming under our previous time. Depending on where your Ganon's Tower Big Key is, we might even finish in the 14s. Oh right, I have to do these Stalfos rooms with arrows because I don't have the fire rod. I'm used to fire rodding Gauntlet. Like I use so much magic in these rooms. Oh, thanks. Give me a full magic drop when I don't have Fire Rod. I also need to remember I have 2 potions I can use, so I shouldn't really be going out of my way for... Cool, 1 cycle and those 2. That took a lot of practice to get good at, was shooting silvers at Landos. That's not easy. Oh geez, I don't have red mail, so I need to watch those Wizrobe beams. I just took a Wizrobe beam to the face, and that does 3 hearts of damage.
Oh my.
Yeah, if you're on green mail, they do 4. Oh shoot. As you can imagine, doing the Torch Room on 5F without Fire Rod is irritating. Both the Torch Rooms in Ganon's Tower without Fire Rod are actually pretty bad. Grab this full magic. I almost fell. I have like the dumbest way to time shooting the hook shot to the validation chest to where I can like get the hook shot, the end of the hook shot on it as soon as it spawns. Which is like the most minor optimization, but I know how to do it for whatever reason.
Chest.
I didn't check it. Triple double. Yeah, I didn't open validation chest, but whatever. I got a triple double, which is the best outcome I could have gotten because there were blue balls. It's not a double triple, but triple double is still good. Alright, fighting Ganon.
Alright, I just beat Mother Brain.
Yep. Yeah, if you get an early big key, we're gonna probably get 14s. Because you have butter, don't you?
Yeah.
God Corner! Ganon was actually nice to me for a change and gave me God Corner.
Good. Oh, nice! I actually killed Ganon without having to relight the torch. Also, the hint for silvers in Multiworld does not tell you where they are. They tell you whose game that your silvers are in. Oh.
Like, I think like, if they're not in your game, I think it tells you whose game they're in.
Include what part also?
No. It just tells you whose game they're in. Yeah, this is... Yeah, 430 for an estimate should be plenty safe. I'm also gonna make a note saying that depending on how consistent we get at these later, we might be able to reduce our estimate by like 10 minutes.
Alright, sounds good.
And don't forget you've already done Hope Room.
So as to where it is going to be for me.
It'll tell you whose world you're. Well, you have silvers. Were they in your game?
A GT big key's going to be. I do have my silvers.
Oh yeah, okay. 10.
They were in your game.
Yeah. So it should say. So when you get the hint, it should say. It should say like seek the silvers in Riker Rider's world, is what it should say. Careful. That's fine. At least it didn't happen
Right near the beginning.
Yeah, at least it
didn't happen on the climb.
Yeah, at least it didn't happen on the climb. And there should be plenty of opportunities during the climb to catch one. If you have to go all the way down to Armos 2, there are some fairies you can catch down there too. I'll try to point out if there's some. Yeah, I'll try to point out if there's some fairies coming up that you might not be aware of.
Alright, I think I know where they are in this.
Yeah, after Armos 2, there's some fairies. I was actually pretty scared for a minute going into GT with no fire rod.
I found your validation arrow.
Yup. There's the big key.
Alright, let's do this thing.
Yeah, that's not terrible. I think sub 420 is out of reach, though. With a good climb and a good Ganon fight, you'll probably get like a 422. You might want to consider getting the safety fairies. The safety fairies before Gauntlet.
I was thinking I probably will do that.
Especially since you don't have... Careful. Yeah, I would definitely grab the fairies.
I absolutely will now.
Yeah, be careful in this room, too. Nice snipe. Yeah, I would have grabbed him if I was on 4 or less hearts. But on 2 especially. Probably like pick one up and catch the other one, assuming you have a bottle to do so. Oh, never mind. That's fine. That's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities to there will be plenty of opportunities to catch another one. "24 save and quits." Probably because my flute was so late. Yeah, good call. Good call to grab this one. So I think both of the multi-worlds that we did, both of the ones we did showcased different problems that can happen. Okay, good safe way to do that. Oh, you did that too. Killed the Helmosaur and left the key. Alright. You should be able to fill up here. You can actually powder if you have the blue blocks up, you can actually powder those fairy. You can powder both the bunny beam and the fairy from the outside of the crystal switch blocks. It reaches just far enough.
Validation burrito.
Yep. Yeah, you should be fine. I got a little bit worried when you were doing that Ganon, when you were doing those couple floors of the Ganon's tower climb with just 2 hearts, but you should be fine. Yeah, probably a 423. Yeah, you're standing too close. Wow, these are tough patterns. Agonometry not being nice. That's what Cerberoth calls this, is agonometry.
That's a good name for it.
Although I wonder if he called it that just because we had the trigonometry gun on the pedestal.
Yeah.
In that race. Trigonometry gun being wave beam.
Yeah. I think I saw that.
Yeah, because we had book in TAC, and when book is in TAC, there's no reason not to immediately check pedestal. So both of us did ped checks within 10 minutes. Yeah, you have plenty of damage now.
I have a fairy.
I meant for the phase before you started slashing at him while the fire bats were going off. You had enough damage to advance to the next phase. Also don't forget you have invincibility items. If I have half magic, I actually like to cape my way through phase 2.
I should do that.
And when you get enough damage on him, you can actually just pull against the wall with the cape on, and it won't drain your magic.
Seek the sage Raikou Rider for the arrows.
Not a nice spawn. Yeah, it tells you which world your silver arrows are in. Yeah, 423 like I thought. Cool. GG. Nice job. I think we're gonna actually wind up using this one.
Alright.
Like, despite the fact that we had such a late morph.
423.18.
Yeah, I'll stick around.
Whee!
Yeah, 423.18. Good stuff.
Thanks for
Good
the
stuff.
GG, F1.
Yeah, I actually don't think that the seed was too bad, except for, like, the really late morph. Like,